Hi, welcome to my stream. I'm Lars. I'm a GitHub star, a Microsoft MVP, an author, and a lot of other things, an open source developer. Today I'm going to be streaming for 4 hours to build a documentation website for Lumberjack. And this is part of the Frame Drops charity event all weekend, streaming for charity to support the Research Cancer Institute. So please use the URL at the bottom, donate.theframedrops.com, to support this charity. So we are going to build a documentation website. I maintain an Angular logging library called Lumberjack, and let's see if we can visit the repo now. This is it. The logo looks like so with the access, and we recently released version 14. So, sorry, I got to get my streaming habits up again. I haven't been doing this a lot lately. So please let me know if something's wrong. I just got new gear, so some of the setup might be messed up. Sorry if I'm disconnecting at some point. I've been having some troubles with my new library. It's at github.com/ngworker and Lumberjack. And I have to remove some stuff. Just a moment. Okay. Sorry about that. Sometimes I have secret stuff going on that I'm not allowed to share yet. Sorry about that. Okay, this is our repo, and you see we released version 14. So right now we have the only documentation available is this very long README file. It's 700 lines of code. So let's build a nice documentation website and see if we can do it in 4 hours. This is an NX repo. Let's find the code. So we have the NX.json configuration file, and there's no workspace or Angular JSON file because this uses this standalone project JSON files in each project. So for example, we have the library itself here under packages, ngWorker Lumberjack, and we see a project JSON file with some different targets. So what we need to create is an app project. Docusaurus is a React app. So let's look for an NX plugin for helping us out with this. So I'm going to nx.dev, zooming in, and let's look for plugins. Should be some community plugins. Let's see if we can search for Docusaurus. No, this is so hard to spell. Docusaurus, no. Community. Here we go, I think. There we go. So where's the list? There should be a list of plugins somewhere. Here we go. Okay. Docusaurus. That's it. So it's called NX Plus by ZachJW34, Zachary Williams. And let's follow its documentation here. So this is the package we need to add. So I'll open up my terminal and paste in this command. We're using Yarn Classic, so version 1 in this repo. And let's give it a few seconds. Seems like it's all good. So what's next? Generate the app. Okay. So there's an NX generator. Let's go use the NX console for that. So now, hopefully we're able to generate a Docusaurus application. Great. Okay, so this is the thing. Nacho Vasquez and I, who are the core team of Lumberjack with a few other people, we have decided that we have so an NX repo has two folders, one for apps, one for libs, but in the npm package preset, you have end-to-end and packages instead. So where should we put the app? So we have decided that end-to-end testing project should be in the end-to-end folder, makes sense. But application project should be here in the packages folder. For example, we have this example Lumberjack app. So where should we put the Docusaurus project? So I don't know. Maybe we'll create a folder called documentation, and then Lumberjack docs, I guess. Yeah, Lumberjack docs app. So to do this, we have to temporarily change the layout here, workspace layout, because apps will be generated in the end-to-end folder by default. But I can change that real quick, temporarily. We have this documented in our, I think, in our contributing documentation. So we remember to do this whenever we create new apps. Okay, so now I should be able to, maybe I'll just open it up again to make sure it has the latest settings from NXJSON. And let's call it Lumberjack docs app, and place it in the documentation folder. So let's see here in the dry run. Okay, so something's wrong here with the NX plus Docusaurus. That's unfortunate. Let me just check the version we have of NX. So we have Novel CLI 14.4, and we have NX 14.4.3 as well. So when was this released? Let me check that out on NPM. Okay, so latest version is 14.1, 4 months ago. And when was my NX version released then? 14.4.3. That was 4 months ago. The 16th of July this year. And Docusaurus the 2nd of July this year. So they should be in sync. I mean, my NX version is slightly newer, but there shouldn't be any breaking changes. So this is unfortunate. I mean, I should make sure I have latest dependencies installed of this repo, but I'm pretty sure I did that. Yeah. Okay, so what is requiring this module? Okay, so NX plus Docusaurus uses the Narwhal dev kit to call the Docusaurus generator. Okay, so I'll go to the source code to look what's going on. Generator, JS. And okay, so it's requiring the Narwhal dev kit, and it's calling workspaces JSON. Okay, I gotta look at the source code for this to figure this out. This is not what I wanted to spend time doing, but that's what happens in the development, right? So let's look at the source code for this generator. And okay, so it's importing all these files from, oh, so it's deep linking to some internal utility. That's no good. That could give some trouble. Git blame 10 months ago, dependencies were updated. But back then it was NX13. Strange. So I'm pretty sure I have used, I know I have used the NX Plus Docusaurus plugin many times. So, but maybe not with this version of NX, but let's try downgrading. So go back to 14.0.0. I think that was one of the more recent ones. Let's have a look. Yeah, 14.0.0. Okay, let's try that one. So installing the dependencies again. Give Yarn some time. And we're good. So let's try that generator again. Let's do a new NX console window just to make sure. Okay, so this could be called the Lumberjack Docs app. Same thing again. Okay, so where in the source code is something? That is pretty strange. So the question is this in the generator or in the Narwhal dev kit? I have no idea, but I'm going to check. I'm pretty worried about this deep import. It's not really how we're supposed to do things. So let me go to version 14.0, which the version I just downgraded to. So they are, for this version, they're using NX 13.9. So this might explain some things. What about the latest version? Let's see their dependencies. 14.3.6. And I'm at 14.4.3, so it shouldn't be that different. Let's see what they did here. There was a bug. Oh, similar to what I'm doing or what I'm seeing here. Cannot find whatever module. They had NX 14.1. Man, this is sad. So, okay, let's see how dependencies are linked together. Their package JSON should have some peer dependencies. So they're only asking for Narwhal workspace and a straight dependency, a direct dependency on Narwhal DevKit. Don't know what to think about this. And they were also importing straight from NX, but maybe that was the DevKit doing that. Generator. Narwhal workspace, Narwhal DevKit. Okay. So I wonder which version would work. I mean, if we had the same NX version as they have in their repo, that is 14.3.6. This should work, right? So I don't see any other option than to go ahead, generate a new NX workspace with this version, use the Docusaurus generator, copy things to the Lumberjack repo. So this will take some time, but that's what I'm going to try. How can I zoom PowerShell? Man, I have no idea. This is too small, right? Yeah. Okay, well, maybe in code. Yes, I trust myself. Okay, so here at least I can zoom the terminal, which is also PowerShell core. So I'm going to create NX workspace package at version 14.3.6. Yeah. I'm going to call the create NX workspace command and say this is an NX 14.3 workspace. Docusaurus. Okay. And no NX Cloud today, please. Package manager. Let's try the same yarn, even though it's going to be slow. Slowest one around, except for old NPM. Yes, I need this package. And let's do a similar preset, the NPM reset, because that's what we were using in the Lumberjack repo. And wait for a second. So while that's working, let's talk about the frame drops. So the frame drops is a live event all weekend, 60 hours of live streaming with many wonderful people. So we are supporting the Cancer Research Institute. So please go ahead and donate using the URL at the bottom of the screen. Let me show you the Frame Drops website. So you can see what else is going on. Other people are streaming right now and all weekend. Here it is. So there's a Discord. We are in there. I can't multitask, so I'm probably not checking it while I'm streaming. So please use the chat on Twitch or YouTube, and I'll be able to see it. So the framedrops.com, you can see here all the wonderful streamers. When we have Corbin Crutchley and all these wonderful people here, and there I am live right now, and all these people are streaming right now as well. Other people are streaming at other times. So that's a lot of people, right? Here is the schedule. So this is showing up in local time. So right now, my local time in Central Europe is 9:30 p.m. And that's the event listed here and down here. Great. So lots of things going on. Minecraft gaming, computer science, sketching, speed runs, programming, Minecraft bingo, code golf. So lots of nice things. Make sure to read the code of conduct, especially if you're going to be communicating in the chat, in the Discord community, and or even things like tweeting about the events. Please read through this code of conduct. And if you go to donate.theframedrops.com, this is what you'll see. Supporting the cancer research, we're trying to raise $1,000 as the first milestone. Right now we have $180. So zooming in so you can see it. Here's the milestone. And go ahead, use that donate button using your credit card or PayPal. And we would appreciate your support for this charity. Okay, let's go back, look at the code. Here we go. So we have a new workspace. Let's open that up instead. Code NX14.3. I'm using Visual Studio Code. Go ahead and ask questions if you have some questions about whatever you see on my screen. So NX 14.3 and now workspace. So let's try adding that. NX plus Docusaurus. Yes. So this repo or new NX workspace is workspace enabled because of this config right here. So that's a Yarn workspace. So with that, you can split up dependencies more like a traditional package-based monorepo. Not that I need this right now, but that's why I had to put in that dash uppercase W for the root workspace. Okay, so we got the dependency. Let's see if we can now generate a Docusaurus app. Lumberjack docs app, and it would be in. Oh no. Exactly the same error. That's unfortunate. So I wonder which version of NX is working with Docusaurus. The NX plus Docusaurus plugin. I mean, I've used it with a few different ones. I guess a similar one is the ngWorker monorepo. So let's go find that. This is another library we have called Spectacular. There should be a link to the GitHub repo. And this is our mono repo for ngWorker, where eventually we're going to add other packages than Spectacular. So maybe we'll add Lumberjack and the router component store once we get around to doing that. Okay, so in here, I know we generated an docs website using NX Plus, but that might have been with a previous version of NX back when we did that. When was this generated? 3 months ago. And let's see which version we were using of NX at that time. So I'm clicking here, Browse Files. So now I'm locked on this commit, the latest commit to that folder. And let's see which version of NX we were using back then. We were at 12.10.1, so that's significantly older. And we were using the NX Plus DocuSource 12.2.0. Okay, but I'm at 14, and so is the NX Plus plugin. Okay, so maybe I'll try downgrading to 13 point something of the plugin. So which version can I choose? 13.0.2. I mean, I should try the 14.0.0 first in this newly generated workspace. So let's go ahead and find this generate command. Documentation. So I click this copy to clipboard button, and now I get the command. I'll put yarn in front, yarn at NX, just to make sure I'm using the NX version in the repo and not the global NX version I might have installed. Okay, so I'm definitely still getting this error. So let's try downgrading to 13.0.2 and see if we're in luck at some point. Generate, still the same error. Oh man, that's unfortunate. 13.0.1, 13.0.0. Try 13.0.1. This is exciting, right? I don't know. Let's figure out this issue so we can move along to the next, or actually generating documentation for Lumberjack. That would be great. Okay, so still not working with 13.0.1. Actually, package JSON. Yeah, okay, so it is a locked or a pinned version. So that's good. 13.0.0. Generate. Man, still the same error. Okay, before 13 we had 12.2.0. And which version was I using? I was using 12.2.0 back when I generated this documentation website for Spectacular. So maybe we will be lucky with that version. Let's hope. 12.2.0. And it's saying that it's expecting Nawa Workspace version 12, but let's try this. Can't find generator application in collection. Okay. So let's use a combination that actually worked. Narwhal, CLI 12.10.1. Yeah, why not? Nothing's working. So give me a sec. So let's try this again. So 12.10.1 of NX. So let's say this is 12.10. Okay, just some naming scheme I'm using when generating these sandbox workspaces for experimenting. Let's use the NPM preset. And let's take this chance to go back and find my browser, going back to donate.theframedrops.com. Let's see how much raised so far, $225. So please go ahead to donate.theframedrops.com and donate a few dollars to the Cancer Research Institute. We want to raise $1,000 throughout this weekend of the Frame Drops. And if you go to framedrops.com, you can see all these great people live streaming all weekend. And right now, Corbin Crutchley is live, Dolan Productions, Fanny Fifth, Gara Blacktail, Glitch But Small, and me, Lazy DK. I'm Lars Brink. And this is the only stream I have planned for now, but I'm streaming for another 3.5 hours, so hopefully I'll be able to solve this issue with NX Plus Docusaurus. But all weekend, this weekend, you can find all the events here. They are, when you visit this page, they will be in your local time. So my local time, this event is from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. And this is the stream you're watching right now. But there's a lot of other great things going on. So let's see right now. It's about almost 10 p.m. So right now we have Minecraft Mini Golf. At 10 p.m. we have Minecraft Advancement Hunt. So this is with Fanny Fifth hosting this and other streamers joining. And next, after that, Code Golf Challenges. So with Code Wars, Clash of Code, also with Fanny Fifth. So nice with all these coding and Minecraft gaming events, computer science and speed runs and coding and resume review with Corbin Crutchley, Crutchcorn. And he'll be doing that for 6 hours at a time that's not really convenient for me. So, but all weekend you can see all these streams going on. Right. So we got a new Sandbox workspace, NX 12.10. Let's open that one up and try the same thing. Yarn add NX Plus, Docusaurus at 12.0, I think. And for the root workspace of this Yarn workspace, which is an NX workspace. It's confusing when they use the same words in their terminologies. So let's see. Can we generate a Docusaurus app now? That would be great. So call it Lumberjack Docs app, and we'll have a Docs folder. This seems to be working. Awesome. So I copy paste that command to my clipboard so that I can have it down here. And this would work. But let me try to go to 13 instead and see if that's working with this version of NX. That would be interesting to see what's the most recent version I can get running here. Okay, it breaks in 13. Version 13 of NX NX Plus Docusaurus, at least with this version of NX, which is 12.10.1. Okay, so going back to the working version. And dry run of this generator command. Okay, seems to be working, so I'll click run. Hello, Santosh. How are you, my friend? Santosh Yadav is my co-founder. We have this community of public tech contributors called This is Learning. And I know he's been traveling a lot, Santosh. So you are tired by now, I can imagine, but you must also be pretty happy because you were recently reunited with your family after they stayed in India all year and you were in Germany, and now you're traveling the world. Yeah, you must be tired. Well, I've been quite busy myself. I started a new job Tuesday this week, and it's great. Finally, it's all about JavaScript, baby. Yeah. Anyway, we can talk about that some other day. Thank you, Santosh. You are happy, and you're happy for me. Thank you. So I'm trying to create a Docusaurus website for Lumberjack, but we are on NX14 with the Lumberjack repo, but the NX Plus plugin for Docusaurus isn't working with that version. So now I'm downgrading NX versions and NX Plus versions, and finally I found the combination I used for Spectacular. So now I can actually generate a project. So that means that I can take these files. Oh no, it generated an app. Man. Okay, so I'll undo that. And I will keep the package JSON and yarn log files, but I will revert the rest. Like so. So add NX Plus Docusaurus plugin, and I'll do what we have in the Lumberjack repo, which is we have this config setting workspace layout. Apps directory is, well, it's end-to-end in this npm preset that we're also using. And libs is in packages, but in the Lumberjack repo, Nacho and I decided that we want applications not in the end-to-end directory, but also in the packages directory. So whenever we want to generate an app, we need to temporarily change this setting. So let's try this again. And in the dry run, hopefully it'll show that now it's in packages. Great. So let's run this command. And revert this change. So let's go back to E2E. Okay, generate Docusaurus app. So now I have something I can copy paste to the actual repo I want to work on. And fingers crossed, we can get something up and running. Oh, maybe it's helpful to see which files were changed in this last commit. If I hit undo, it'll be easier to see here. And I can use the file tree view. So there's changes to other files, so I have to make sure to make those same changes in my actual repo I want to work in. Okay. So this is going to take some effort to make this happen. This is the NX workspace, and sorry, it's not zoomed in a lot. So maybe I'll just do that on my own screen. So I'm opening up the repo side by no, I can't do that because that's where I'm watching using StreamYard. Okay, so here they are. Sorry, they're small. I'll get this done as quick as possible. So this is the Lumberjack folder on the left-hand side, and over here is this NX workspace we generated. So we need to have in packages, we'll have a docs directory, and I'll copy in the Lumberjack docs app folder, or yeah. Okay, all good with that. So then we need these other changes here outside of that folder. Yeah. So let's open the Lumberjack repo. And now we can see the files turning up. Oh, well, we'll try the newest version and see if it works once I have the actual project. So newest version of the Docusaurus plugin for NX. Okay, it's time we go into a branch. So this will be docs at Docusaurus website or documentation website. Yeah, that's the name. So first change is just adding this NX Plus. And next, now we see this project. What's going on? So now we have these changes that I copied from the generated workspace. Oh, and this temporary change, I can roll that back now to the workspace layout. Okay, so you're here to keep an eye on chat while the charity event takes place. You may call me Stony. Hello, Stony Eagle. Thank you for hanging out. That's very nice of you. Are you a moderator for the frame drops? And Santosh, you get some rest. I'll see you some other time, my friend. I have to stay up for another 3 hours to finish this stream, and hopefully we can have a documentation website up and running by then. So now we're slowly making some progress. Let me get some water. So after we get this project copied and the configuration files updated, hopefully we can use some version of the Docusaurus generator by NX Plus. That's going to be the next issue. So this is all good. And then we need some additional changes. Let's see. So on another screen, I've opened up the changes. So in the git ignore file, we have to add these changes, generated Docusaurus file. So there's a folder called .docusaurus and one called .cache loader. You are moderator for CrotchCorn. Great. 5 streams and chat open. You're going nuts. Okay, well, there's not a lot happening here, Stony, so chill out. But you're doing a great job. Thank you for supporting the frame drops. Okay, I really need some water. Sorry. Good. So this was one change. Next one is the prettier ignore file. In this file, we also need to ignore the .docusaurus folder. Okay. And now we need to open up the NXJSON configuration file. Let me remove the terminal for a minute. And inside of here, we should have projects. No, so we don't have projects because we're using standalone project configuration. Maybe that's part of the issue with that NX plus Docusaurus plugin. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, so instead, now that I'm using standalone project configuration. So this folder should have a project.json and should be able to copy one from in here, copy these settings and use them as a template. So it'll have a schema. It will be an application. The source root is docs lumberjack docs app source. Okay. The targets. So which targets will we have? Probably build and serve, but not extract. Lint, I don't know. Test, I don't know. Okay, so NX tags. So we have a couple of NX tags. Let's see, we documented it somewhere here. So for scope, we can have internal and public. This is a public one because it will be published on the internets. And for type, we have these choices: app, end-to-end, package, or test utility. So this is an application project, so it should have the type app tag dimension. And Corbin, you're doing some other stuff, but I hope Docusaurus migration goes great. Well, it has been a struggle so far because of version mismatching and configurations and things like that. So spent 15 minutes getting up and running so far, and I don't have a working project yet, but hopefully we're getting there. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, so I need to figure out these targets and use the executors by the NX plus Docusaurus plugin. So this is the last change, yeah. Okay, let me delete this one for now because that didn't go well. I will replace it with this. This is from the generated project in the other workspace, the sandbox one. So a build target with an executor called NX plus Docker source browser, options output path, dist packages docs lumberjack docs app. That looks correct. Serve target executor is NX plus Docker source dev server. Options port 3000. Sounds good. Okay, let me just go and review the documentation for NX plus Dockesaurus. Do they actually have a documentation website? Nope. They don't. So we just have the README. So we have a serve, options of port, host, hot only, open. Okay. Browser, bundle analyzer, output path, minify. Okay. So I don't need to configure any settings, it seems. Great. So yeah, okay. So it should add a lot of dependencies like Dockesaurus core and React. I wonder when they will be added, because they were not added, were they, in the other workspace? Let's see. Nope. Oh, they were. So I need to add those in my Lumberjack repo as well. So this is where it gets interesting, because I could add them here at the root package JSON, and this is what you would do most of the times. But it's dependencies such as React that I'm not really interested in for any other project, since this is an Angular library. So I did something interesting in the RX Angular repo. RX Angular is a state management library for Angular, and I started taking care of the documentation. So let's see what we got in here. This is also a Dockesaurus project. And in here, we added as a package JSON that's project specific, where I listed the dependencies in here, because these dependencies are not really relevant to any other project in this NX workspace. So I would like to have a similar setup like this, but this can also give issues because of Yarn workspaces and such. So in the beginning, let's just add these dependencies to the root package JSON file. And actually, yeah, I'll take these versions since they are more recent than the one added by the NX Plus Dockesaurus plugin. Okay, so dependencies, we'll add these. Let's add them to the bottom of the list here for now, so that they are easy to identify later if we want to move them into that project-specific package JSON. What's the most recent version of Dockesaurus now? 220. Why not? Let's try that. 220, not 220. Okay, so yes, this is a local search plugin. Don't have that by default, so let's wait for that one. MDX JS React. This is an older version, but this is the one generated by Docusaurus. When we generate a Docusaurus website with the Docusaurus CLI, CLSX, Prism, React Renderer, React, and React DOM. Okay, so the other thing is Docusaurus requires Node.js 16. So let's look which version I have here in this workspace. I have 16.18.0. Today 16.18.1 was released, so that's a security patch, so we should upgrade to that soon. But let's take care of Docusaurus first. Okay, these are the dependencies for Docusaurus, and we have some development dependencies right here. Add them to the bottom of dev dependencies. Oh, so it needs TypeScript 4.7.4. Well, let's hope it will work with 4.6.4. Maybe 4.7.4 is because we're on a newer version here. No? Well, let's try. See what happens. Stony, yeah, we're streaming to raise money for cancer research. Yes, you can donate as part of our charity event by going to donate.framedrops.com. Okay, let's see what's the current state of that. I suck at multitasking. We want to raise $1,000 this weekend, and we're still on $225. So please, if you can spare a few dollars, go ahead to donate.theframedrops.com. It's at the banner at the bottom of the screen as well. Use your credit card or PayPal account and donate some dollars, US dollars, to the Cancer Research Institute. And yeah, let's raise this money for charity. Will be okay, Stony. Yeah, 20% in half a day. So it's going very good. Sure. Yeah, but I want to see it being raised or increased every time I refresh this page. Yeah, we are streaming for 60 hours all weekend. So please go ahead, go to the framedrops.com, and you can read all about this event. You can see who are the streamers and who's live streaming right now. Plenty of people, including me, and to the schedule. And that will show the schedule in your local time. So this is displayed in my local time. So right now we are here just after 10 p.m. So now there should be Minecraft Advancement Hunt and this stream going on at the same time. Great. So those are the dependencies. This should be 2.2.0, similar as other Docusaurus packages, right? Okay, and what's the newest tsconfig for Docusaurus? 1.06. Okay, that's good. So let's add the last change I needed. And we have Nacho. Hey, Nacho. I'm going to try to build the Docusaurus website for Lumberjack, but so far it hasn't been going great. Some version and configuration issues between my NX version, standalone project configs, and the NX Plus Docusaurus plugin. So I've been downgrading NX and the plugin in another sandbox repo, and hopefully now I'm copying over files and updating configurations, and hopefully we catch some luck very soon. Let's try to install these dependencies. You thought it was Lumberjack you were seeing. Yes, this is the Lumberjack repo. Yes. So hopefully I'm streaming 4 hours. This marks the first hour, so another 3 hours, and hopefully I can get something working. So Nacho, our only documentation right now is actually 2 Markdown files, and the first one is the readme file. I think it has 700 lines of code. That's not really easy to navigate. I mean, there's a document outline or a table of contents on GitHub, but it's not a good experience. You really want a website for your documentation. So this is going to be a good starting point if I can make it work. Hopefully we're pretty close now. Yeah, lots of dependencies. That'll take some time. There's some warnings. I can't really do much about the Narwhal Angular dependencies. Sub-dependencies. Docusaurus wants React Loadable. I don't want to take care of that. Hopefully Yarn will figure it out. Docusaurus preset needs Algolia. Well, I don't want to use Algolia. I mean, they have a free license for OSS projects, but it's also a server-side solution. This plugin we saw in RX Angular, there's plenty of local search plugins for Docusaurus, and they're working pretty great. So that is like a static search functionality deployed with the website. So it works very fast, and there's no server side, there's no licensing, no service down or anything like that. So it's pretty good solution for most needs. Hey Carnax, thank you for stopping by. Doing a 4-hour live stream, creating a documentation website for this Lumberjack logging library. And Stony is saying hi to Carnax. Yo, Stony. Okay, great to see you. Thank you for joining. So Nacho is on YouTube. Nacho is the other primary core maintainer of Lumberjack, this logging library for Angular. We are using the monorepo tool called NX by Narwhal. And right now I'm trying to create this Docusaurus website, a documentation website for our Lumberjack logging library for Angular. But it's given me quite a big deal of grief so far. Version mismatches, or NX also has several ways to configure the different projects and workspace, and maybe that's what's not supported by this plugin, because I don't have the workspace JSON file that it might be looking for. Anyway, now I've copied over a generated project, and I've installed all the necessary dependencies for Docusaurus. So fingers crossed. Yeah. Okay, let's try then if we can go to our new project and see it has a build and a serve target. So let's try building. If this works, it's great news. Nice. So it seems to be building. So this is the build target, uses the NX Plus Docusaurus plugin that has an executor, and that's what being triggered here. And behind the scenes, that goes ahead and calls commands from the Docusaurus CLI. So it's an NX specific wrapper around the Docusaurus CLI. Awesome. So the build works. Let's try. Okay, so it's saying here that it outputted to the dist folder, and you can use the serve command. That's if you have a vanilla Docusaurus repo, then it will create a serve command to try out the static serve. So whatever's built here, you can serve that statically. We can also add a target for that, but we actually have a live reload here with serve. So let's try that instead. So it's opening up on localhost port 3000. As soon as it's done building everything. Okay. Localhost port 3000. Okay, here we go. We have something working. Awesome. Only took 1 hour, 6 minutes. Man, that's what happens with development. This should have taken 1 minute, not 1 hour. But whatever. I have almost 3 hours remaining. And yeah, let that sink in for a moment. Great. Okay, this is definitely worth making a commit because now we have the default generated Docusaurus website up and running. Live reload, and yeah, let's try out. Yeah, let's try the live reload. So this is not great with zooming in, but I want you to be able to see what's on the screen or the stream. Okay, let's find something and change it. So we should have pages, index.js. Focus on what matters. Let's change this to frame props. Save. Live reload. Instant. Almost. Great. Okay, so it's working. Nice. This is a commit. First thing down on the agenda. So docs generate Saurus project. We have it in the right folder. Let's check. So as we discussed previously, Nacho and I want the apps and the packages. So I created a docs folder because we might want to integrate this into our ngWorker monorepo with other packages. So maybe they can share a docs folder. We'll figure that out when that day comes. But a docs grouping folder, and it has the Lumberjack docs app and project JSON where we have the target, build, serve. Okay, looks good. So commit, push this branch to GitHub, and yeah, create a pull request. Let's create a draft pull request as to mark this as work in progress. Create Docusaurus website. Awesome. And commit messages follow the conventional commits, no tests. Bugs, yeah, sure. And what kind of PR? This is a docs change. And eventually we will have some, well, there's build, and we'll have some CI eventually as well. Well, not yet, but probably, depending on how far we get. Okay, so current behavior, no documentation website. New behavior, a beautiful Docusaurus website. Breaking change? No, hopefully not. Other information? No, nothing. Well, done during the framework Oops, sorry. Please donate at donate.theframedrops.com. Nice. So this extension is the GitHub pull request extension for Visual Studio Code. It's pretty nice because I can use it to create pull requests and even review pull requests and see most of the options from the pull request page on GitHub. So yeah, it's a really nice extension. I use it a lot, and reviewing inside of Visual Studio Code is great. I mean, the reviewing thing on GitHub is pretty good as well, especially since they got the tree view. But it's also great to see it right here in my editor, so I can mark this one as viewed, so I can review my own code, right? And now I see that I should probably delete this whatever dummy file and so on. So this will be great later when I have to, or at some point I want to clean up this project. Okay, so now I could click this link, right, and go straight to the pull request on github.com, and we should see something similar. And we see it's a draft, meaning it's work in progress, but CI will run, and Nacho can see what's going on if he wants to follow along, and can see, yeah, here's the CI, right? So it should be running already. We're using NX Cloud distributed task execution. That's an advanced, intelligent distribution of workloads. So we have 4 agents running in GitHub CI, GitHub Actions, and we have one GitHub runner. That's the DTE coordinator. So it sends tasks for these agents to process, and then it collects everything in one output right here eventually. So all the command line terminal output would be in one place in the GitHub log here. And it will also have all the files generated by all these different distributed tasks. So it's a good place to collect everything. And yeah, that's probably where we want to deploy to GitHub Pages as well. But there is an issue with that. Don't know if we'll get that far today, because it took an hour just to set up the project. I don't know if we'll get to GitHub Actions and all of that. But what do you think? Should we? I mean, I don't want to deploy this dummy website. So yeah, we definitely need to change some things. So hopefully, I think it makes sense to work on getting some of the real content into this website first, before we start creating the deployment things. I mean, we could work on it as long as I don't merge it. All is good. So what's okay? So we have an error here. That's interesting. And when you get an error in an NX Cloud distributed task execution workflow, it's usually nice to go back to the PR and find the comment by the NX Cloud GitHub app right here. So things happened and then something failed. So here's the failing command. Okay, that makes sense. NX format check. So it's checking that the files adhere to that they are in this coding style that our prettier and editor configs say that they should be in. So the files generated by the Docusaurus plugin were probably not in the format we expected. So let's go ahead and fix that. By the way, there's another GitHub plugin somewhere here, the GitHub Actions. Should also be able to see some interesting things here, like all the things running and which step failed. it was run parallel commands. But yeah, and here's the log. So I can see that in my editor as well. I mean, I don't want to scroll through thousands of lines of code. So NXCloud is a better choice when you're using DTE. But still nice to have these GitHub Actions extension for VS Code as well. Okay, so the error was formatting. So let's see if I can reproduce this locally. So I'll do yarn nx format check. And if any file is not formatted correctly, it'll be listed here. So there are 3 files, Dr. source config, project.json, and paid index page. So how, like, I could open them up and format them individually, but I could also do yarn nx format write, and it should take care of them. There we go. So changes in all files. Usually it's white space or something. And yeah, line break, I guess. Here, probably, yeah, some white space symbol or line, yeah, like a new line, something. It's not really visible here. And here, some white space and some white space and removing blank lines. Okay, so I'm happy that NX can call prettier on these files and take care of it for me. So style format configuration files. That'll be the commit, and push that to CI. And let's see if we can see it running here in the GitHub Actions extension. Because we have what's called a concurrency strategy for GitHub CI, GitHub Actions. You could see that in our workflow file right here. So let's see what it says in the comments. It says that if it's a merge run, well, it's not. It's a pull request, yes. So we group on the pull request branch name, for example, this branch name. So in this case, docs at documentation website. So when I create a new commit, if the previous CI run was still in progress, it would be canceled because I'm not interested in that result anymore. And I'm only interested in the latest commit. So go ahead and cancel that previous run to save some compute, some energy, and all that goodness. Because the next setting here says that stale pull request runs in progress for the same branch are canceled. And if we're on a merge run, we run them in sequence, not in parallel, to prevent parallel deployments and releases. So this is our concurrency strategy for GitHub Actions. Okay, let's see if we can see the CI running now. Yeah, this was the previous failed one, I guess. This one says 52E0. Is that the commit? Yes. Okay, makes sense. So how far is that by now? So, okay, Nacho, this awesomeness deserves a donation. Well, thank you, Nacho. You are great. Thank you for supporting cancer research. And you're a mad lad, says Corbin. Yeah, thank you very much, Nacho. That's nice of you. And for the rest of you, oh, you're welcome, Nacho. Thank you for watching. And I know I owe you another code review, but yeah, spend some time on the new job, spend some time on other open source projects like RX Angular. So yeah, that's the cost of doing many things, is that you cannot do everything at the same time. But I'll get around to it next week. But this is also contributing to Lumberjack, right? So I thought that this was a great topic for this stream, trying to set up a website, because that's in our roadmap, our project as well. So let's see. So usually the yarn install takes a while. So how far is it now? Yeah, installing dependencies. Let's see if we can actually see the log. That would be interesting. It's a long log, right? Yeah. Wow. All 95,000 lines of code, or logs, lines of log. Wow. I don't want to go through this. Let's just wait another minute, and then we should see, well, the agents are also installing dependencies, I guess. Yes. And after that, they will start, meaning they will go through NX Cloud and say, I'm ready for tasks, give me some work to do. And once the coordinator is up and running, it'll say, hey, I need these tasks processed. Please go ahead and lint and build and all these things. You know what? While we wait for that, we can do we can emulate a CI run locally. So let's just do that. And this can also use the NX Cloud Cache, the distributed Cloud Cache from NX. But this laptop is also pretty fast, even when I'm streaming, and I don't have it in high performance, just the balanced power mode, but should still be pretty fast. So we had 5 lint tasks for 5 projects, 4 test tasks for 4 projects. And how far is the DTE coordinator now? Still installing dependencies, it seems. What was that? Too many writes on closed pipe. Go routine. What is using Go? That's interesting. But seems like it didn't fail anyway. Who knows what's using Go in my toolchain? I have no idea. Because I'm not using Vite. This is using Jest. Interesting. Oh, there's some WASM, some WebAssembly for ESBuild. Yeah, this was actually a bug I've seen on this version of NX. Sometimes it goes and installs the WebAssembly version of ESBuild. For some reason, it's a bug in some package NX is using, but I don't want to. We're staying on this version of NX unless we really have to update until Angular 15 is out. Then NX version for that, because we want to support Angular 14.0. So we're staying on that version in our own repo to prevent us from depending on features that were added in later minor versions. So because of that, we have aligned our NX version, and this is more easily done today than previously, because if we go to nx.dev and search for compatibility, you can see here the Narwhal NX and Angular version compatibility matrix. We want to be on Angular 14.0, so we should use NX 14.4.3. Actually, that's the last version to officially support Angular 14.0. So that's why we're staying on this version for now, even though NX 15 is out and it's great and has a ton of features, but we don't want anyone using Lumberjack that has Angular 14.0, and we are relying on a feature from 14.1 or 14.2 of Angular, we don't want that to happen. So we want to maintain compatibility. So we're staying locked on this version of NX until we have Angular 15 and an NX version supporting that officially. That's the strategy. Great. So locally, I can run all the CI tasks, and now I should have everything in my local cache. So if I run it again, it should go pretty fast. That's the power of NX. There we go. So yeah, so it knows that the source code, the test files, everything is still the same. So it has cached the output. And according to my GitHub Actions extension, oh, it didn't update, I guess. So everything completed successfully. Nice. So we should even be able to see some output somewhere here. Process parallel commands. Run configure parallel commands. This is where we should be seeing most of the output. Yeah. So let's scroll down to the bottom. Lots of debug output, I guess. So this is where NX Cloud Stop All Agents was called. This is part of the NX Cloud DCE. Successfully completed running the command. See details at cloud. Okay, let's go to let's find that NX Cloud run for a successful run. So this comment by the NX Cloud GitHub app is updated all the time. Yeah, successfully ran 8 targets. All of these tasks were successfully run, and I can go to this link, or I can click each one individually, but I can go to this link to see an overview of this entire set of commands. So we had 4 agents, and they were only running tasks 23% of the time, but that's because we had some documentation tasks. Sorry, we have some Sonar Cloud reports being published much later, but I know for a fact that they are being shut down before then. Or I think I fixed that. So this diagram, I don't think it's accurate. I have optimized to shut them down as soon as possible. So anyway, going further down, you can see the workspace lint, the format check that went well and only took 3 seconds, and then affected lint took 34 seconds. There was 5 tasks. They were executed on agents. Let's click that and see that this was a success, and it was a cache hit from NX Cloud. That's why it took less than a second. Great. So we have similar things for we have unit tests, we have lints, builds, end-to-end tests, and then we have lint and test again, but that was for Sonar Cloud. If we go back to the repo, you can see in the actions extension that we also had a Sonar Cloud job. Let's see if it's done. It is. So it lints with reports, tests with coverage. So those are the output for that is coming from the NX Cloud cache. So that happens very fast. It goes and pulls the reports out from the cache that were generated by the DTE agents. And then it goes and tweaks the Sonar Cloud configurations and runs Sonar Cloud scan, which uploads it to Sonar Cloud. So what does that look like? Let's go to the pull request, and we should see a comment by Sonar Cloud. So something failed. It says there's new code and has 0% coverage. So I won't be able to merge this until I fix that. So it actually thinks that we need to have test coverage on our documentation website. Not sure I agree. So maybe we'll set up some rules to ignore that. Yeah, that won't be today, but we'll definitely do that before we are able to. We have to do that before we're able to merge this pull requests. Great. So at least we have, other than this Sonar Cloud, we should have a working CI now. Yes, Sonar Cloud is the only one failing. Great. So how far are we now? Yes, let's recap. So finally, we have generated a Docusaurus application project in our NX workspace for Lumberjack, which is a logging library for Angular. And now we can build it and we can serve it. So that's a library load server running this React app that the Docusaurus app is. So all is great. And there's so many more things we can do from here. So now it's about what do we want to do? Well, I think the most interesting thing to do from here is, well, maybe clean up the default generated stuff and to make room for all this documentation that's currently in these 700 lines of code in the README file. We want to move most of this into the documentation website. So a Docusaurus website is, it has like 3 different types of content. It can have blog posts, as we see here, in Markdown files. It can have pages. So these are React components. They can support JavaScript, TypeScript, Markdown, and Markdown X, MDX. And then finally, we have the docs pages, so documentation pages. And this is what Docusaurus does really well. I mean, it's great to have these other, like if you want to blog for a project or a personal website even, and you want static pages, you can do that with React. But documentation is the primary purpose of Docusaurus, and everything's in Markdown files or MDX with React components and so on. So we need to figure out how to structure our content into Markdown files similar like this. So first, let's get this serve target up and running. So we can do serve Lumberjack docs app. Let's copy this command down here. Run that. So it takes a few seconds. Okay, hopefully it's running now. So let's refresh. Yes, this is still the site. Okay, all these things can be, like the title up here and things in the footer. This is content that can be changed in the Docusaurus document configuration file here. So we'll find that in here. We'll have to change that eventually, but I want to focus on the actual content of the documentation pages. So let's do that. And Nacho, it'll be on and off. So I can auto-approve these PRs. Don't worry. It'll take a while before this is ready for review, because I need to figure out like dismissing the test coverage check for the documentation website. And I want to upgrade this to TypeScript instead of JS. Need to get rid of all this dummy content. I need to configure the Docusaurus config. So, and we need to add the GitHub actions workflow, the jobs for deploying this and building this. I mean, it should be built by now, actually, because our CI is building all the projects. This is another project with a build target. So where did that pull request go? Let's find it. Where's that link? Here it is. Yeah, so our check, or rather in the NX Cloud run report, we should see some build targets here. Build, yes. So yeah, so everything was cached except this new one, and that's probably, yes, the Lumberjack Docs app project. Great. So this took 52 seconds, and here's the log for this. Awesome. I love this NX Cloud UI. It's pretty good once you have used it a couple of times, and it's when we use this NX Cloud Distributed Task Execution, or DTE, the GitHub action logs are, yeah, just very, there's so much to go through that it's much nicer to have this hierarchy of things to navigate between. So yeah, this project is being built, and it's successfully built on the CI. Awesome. Okay, so what I want to focus on now is getting, instead of this dummy content, just getting our own documentation structured into documentation pages. So, and use the dark theme for crying out loud. Let's take this opportunity to go and look at the frame drops. So this is our 60-hour live streaming event for charity, hosted by Corbin Crockley and Fenifith and many others. You can see all the streamers right here, and who's live right now: Corbin, Dolan Productions, Fenifith, Glitchbot Small, and me. And you can see the schedule for the whole weekend here in your local time. So go ahead and find some streams that you like, or you want to join in on some fun gaming, things like that, and go into the Discord that was on the main page here. And make sure to read our code of conduct if you want to communicate at any of these chats, or tweet about it, or in the Discord, and so on. And please go ahead to donate.theframedrops.com and support this goal of donating $1,000 to the Cancer Research Institute over the course of this weekend, where we're streaming for 60 hours. So we're already almost a third of the way. That's great. In just a few hours' time. Thank you so much for your donations. And I'll put in a donation myself tomorrow when I wake up. Right now, let's go on and continue with the stream. Okay, so I want to close down these other tabs here. Don't want to worry about all of that stuff anymore, because now I have a working setup. So let's focus on the content of this documentation. Yes. It's not easy with one screen. I have 3 screens. I usually use all of them. I use one in what's it called, portrait mode. I have the screen like in this long from top to bottom. So rotate it and use that for my editor with one code view on the top and one on the bottom. Then I have another 20-inch screen, which is the one you're seeing right now, but not zoomed in when I use it. So I use that for live preview. I use that for browsing documentation and using GitHub projects and all of that. And then I have my third screen, my laptop screen, where I use that for my email and communication, Slack and Discord and things like that. So it's difficult to try to fit everything in one screen, especially when it's zoomed in. But I do that so that hopefully you are able to see the code. So yeah, let me know if you're not able to see it. I'll zoom in even more. But I think I found that this is a pretty good level of zoom for streaming. Because to me, I want to almost be able to make out the code and the websites and whatnot when I'm on a mobile screen watching the stream. And that's usually not so easy. So I want to make it accessible no matter the screen size you're on right now, your tablet, your mobile phone, if you're crazy like me, or your huge monitor. I mean, you can make it a smaller window maybe and then do something else while you're watching this stream, if that's the case. Anyways, so which pages do we need? Okay, let's open up the Lumberjack repo on GitHub, and because in here we'll be able to see the table of contents for our README file. We have a lot of sections here, right? So Can I? Yeah, I can add a document here. So we have installation. On the top level, we have compatibility. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. We have, usage. No, not configuration. But under usage, we have, not configuration. Using the Lumberjack service. Lumberjack module. Default options. Default log levels. And same level as usage, we have log drivers. Under that, we have log levels, creating a custom log driver. Using a Lumberjack log payload. Creating a custom log driver module. Log driver module. Next, using a custom log driver. We also have an HTTP driver section. We have community drivers, best practices for loggers, logger usage, simplifying with scoped Lumberjack logger. Using loggers with a Lumberjack log payload. And we have Lumberjack log factory. Then we have Wallaby.js and contributors, but it's not something we want to have in our web documentation. Okay, so these are the sections we have in our README file currently. So we could start by just creating a page in the documentation website for each of these sections. So that will be a good starting point. And then in a different effort, we could try to restructure this, improve it, and so on. For now, it's just about creating the documentation website. So why not use the structure we already have for now? Great. So how do we do that? How do we do that? So going to the project, the Docusaurus project, and inside the docs folder, you can see we have doc1, markdown, and so on. But how are the sidebars? Doc1, doc2, doc3 features MDX. So this is a sidebar, and that's what we saw here. Docusaurus, doc1, doc2, doc3 features MDX. But what we want is probably an auto-generated sidebar. So we need to, I don't remember how to do that. So I'm going to look it up on the Docusaurus website, docusaurus.io. So search for sidebar, auto-generated. Going back to the project here, and so this would be the docs sidebar, and delete the old one. Right? Yeah. Okay. What's happening now in the build? Invalid sidebar items collection. So what did I do wrong? Oh, it's an array. An array with an object inside. Yes. That's better. Why have I disabled format on save? That was for another project. There we go. Okay, so now it's formatted with prettier. Great. Okay, let's look at the sidebar. Yes, so now all the docs documents or pages are automatically added to this sidebar. So whenever we create a file, it'll be added to the sidebar navigation. Okay. So now, well, also generate site documentation sidebar. Yes. So first section we need is installation. So let's create a installation.md. And Now we can have some front matter. And what's inside of here? Sidebar, position 1, yeah, sure. And title, installation, yes. And let's find the content here. Installation, great. Okay, let's see if this is now visible on the website, the documentation website. It is, great. And that means we can get rid of that auto-generated dummy content. So now we have our first actual page. So add installation page is my commit message. And let's see what it looks like in a wide, large screen. It should look something like this. So rendering is as expected. Great. There's dark mode, light mode. It's readable. Nice. Oh. Great. That was the first page. Let's move on. And the next one is compatibility. So we create a markdown document called compatibility.md. And let's see if GitHub Copilot is intelligent. It's not. It's feeling not up for it. Sidebar position 1, 2. Title compatibility. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. And the content. Oh, where did it get this information? What? So it made it up. Okay. Interesting. But let's have this actual content here from a README file. Let's find it in the menu. Compatibility table. Great. I spelled it correctly, right? Yes. So it's quite funny. GitHub Copilot predicted, I guess, that Lumberjack is compatible with Angular 10, but it's actually compatible with Angular 9. So you're wrong, GitHub Copilot. Okay, so that's the second page down. Docs add compatibility page. Great. Next one is usage. Okay. So let's start by having all this content in just one page to begin with, and then maybe if it's too long, we can split it into several pages. So for now, let's create a usage page. So usage.md for Markdown, and we want a sidebar position 3. Title usage. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. And is it guessing this, or is it? Lumberjack is a logging library that helps you log messages to a remote logging service. It is designed to be used in Angular application. Well, that's correct. But I didn't write that. So let's just take what we have here, usage. Oh, so we have to go down all the way down to log drivers. That's where we end this section. This seems to be a long part of the documentation, so we're probably going to have to split it into multiple documentation pages. But let's start with one. Log drivers. I went too far, didn't I? Log drivers is the heading I'm looking for. Log levels, where's that? That's in log drivers. Okay, getting close. Here. Nice. Usage. Error. Syntax error. Is there some HTML or something in here? Yeah. Line break. This shouldn't be needed in Markdown. There's another one somewhere. Now it's working. Great. So usage. And we have a table of contents for this page using the Lumberjack service, Lumberjack module default options. Okay. And it's quite long. So we can think about splitting it into multiple pages. But let's just create the top level pages for now and then decide on that later. So this was our add the usage page. Next one is log drivers. So we create a file called logdrivers.md, markdown file. We give it a sidebar position of 1, 2, 3, 4. Title is log drivers, and GitHub Copilot is trying to help. Log drivers, here they are. So we have to go all the way down to community drivers just before that. Okay. Do I have an outline here? Oh, GitHub or Visual Studio Code, you're actually good at this. Nice. Okay, so I didn't save my selection. Man. So it didn't. Oh, I can do it like so, maybe. Try pasting that. Nice. 263 lines of markdown. Let's look at that page, log drivers. A few sections here. Oh, shouldn't have the log drivers heading. That's the title of the page. So we have these sections, and let's look if everything's rendering correctly. That seems to be the case. Also a quite long page. Okay, so that's the next commit. Add log drivers page. And up next is community drivers page. Okay. So we'll create a markdown file called drivers. And we'll give it some front matter metadata, sidebar, session, not 3, but 5. And title, community drivers. Nice. Let's find its content here. So using that outline from VS Code, community drivers. Here we go. And down to best practices. So let's navigate to community drivers and check that everything's rendering. It is, and it's a short one. Good. That's the next commit at community drivers page. Okay, and been streaming for 2 hours now. Let's take a short break from code. Let's go look at the FrameDrops website, theframedrops.com. We are streaming all weekend, 60 hours of streaming by many people for charity. We are supporting the Cancer Research Institute. We want to raise $1,000 this weekend. And we are on 325 US dollars. So please, if you can spare a few dollars, go ahead, donate using your credit card or PayPal. Use donate.theframedrops.com and you'll get to this page. On theframedrops.com, you can find our Discord server. You can see a list of all the people streaming. You can see who's live right now, according to our schedule. And you can go and see the schedule for the entire weekend. This page will translate the times to your local time zone. So right now, my time zone is 11 p.m. So right now, there should be some Minecraft advancement hunt going on with Fenny5th on Twitch. And this stream you're watching right now. So we have another almost 2 hours to go. I'll be streaming for 4 hours total, and got started a few minutes late because setup is all new. I got a new computer, new docking station, new screens, everything, keyboard, mouse, and things like that. So yeah, it's doing okay now. The first hour was spent, unfortunately, trying to figure out which version of NX I could use with which version of NX plus Docusaurus. I had to go back, downgrade NX in a sandbox repo, downgrade NX plus Docusaurus to version numbers I know that are working together, copy all of that over to my Lumberjack repo, adjust the configuration files, and update to the newest version of NX plus Docusaurus. And great thing is we have it working now with the executors for building and serving. So all is great. Now we're working on moving our documentation from the README file to the actual website. And Nacho is my co-developer on the ngWorker open source team, where we maintain this Lumberjack logging library for Angular. So great to have you, Nacho. What time is it in Uruguay, Nacho? $7 p.m. Okay, so I'm 4 hours ahead of you, 11 p.m. here. Okay, nice. So your weekend is just starting. Yeah, I'm halfway there through the stream, and then I'll be going to bed immediately 2 hours from now. I can promise you that. Yeah, great. With some weekends, we were supposed to be hit by not a storm, but wind gusts of storm strength today here on the west coast of Denmark. But where I'm living, it wasn't that bad. But I spent a few hours today securing everything in the garden. We have a large trampoline for my daughters. We have a football arena for my daughters. They love playing football, so we have like a 4.3 diameter, 4.3 meters in diameter football arena with nets on top and on the sides, four goals inside, so you can be four players and play football against each other. But it's very sensitive to winds, so we had to secure that with some whatever ropes and things I screwed into the ground. So I was all prepared, and then fortunately for me, the wind speed weren't as bad as predicted where I live, but it's probably worse on the far west coast of Denmark. Great. By the way, this here is the GitHub Stars light. Pretty fun. The colors aren't showing up very well on the recording, but it looks great in real life. It has a bunch of programs like, let's see, this one, and this one, and this one, this one, and it also has this one, and it has so many programs, and some of them are fun because they are touch based, so you can touch it and the colors go on, and some of it is one of them is triggered by voice, so you can see it lighting up when I speak. Let's see if we can find that one. It's pretty fun, and you can change the colors and the how bright the lights are and so on. I turned it a bit down. That looks the best on this recording, I think, but it can be very bright. And let's see if we can find a voice activated program. That would be fun. There are so many programs, and they're pretty fun to watch. But just let me know when I should get back to code. But I think after 2 hours, we deserve a small break. So let's find that voice activated program for the light, the GitHub Stars light here. Not that one, not that one. Yeah, new program. New program. New program. New program. New light program. New light program. Where's the touch and voice program? There are so many. I think there's 20 or 30. Hey, voice. Voice. Is this voice? I don't know. I'm just imagining things for this one, I guess. Where's the voice? Voice. There's also touch. We'll figure it out. Come on, voice. Am I even changing programs now? I think I went to the end, so now I'm going the other way. Are you the voice program? Yes, you are the voice program. You are changing colors when I speak. Voice. Voice program. Voice light. Do you also have touch? Yes. That's fun. Okay, let's find one that can be in the background. Which one looks not too distracting on the screen? Whoa, that is blinking. That one looks really nice in real life, but not so much on the stream. Are you voice activated? Yes, you are voice activated. Very distracting. Don't blink. Nothing blinking, please. Okay. Wow, the colors are not showing up really well on the stream. Okay, let's go with that one. Sorry. Got sidetracked. Okay. Nice. We're finally making progress on this documentation website. So let's go back, find the code. And what is... Hello, Dennis. Okay. Dennis, you have a question. Is it technically possible to make add workspace UI styles line work in SCSS file of NX app? Yes, it is, but it's really tricky, and yeah, it's not really like the TS config path mappings in an NX workspace. You have to set up a very specific file and folder structure for this to work, and then add a project to some SAS configuration things. You're asking for examples. Yes, let's go ahead and can find the project where some awesome Danish developers figured this out in an open source project that I previously worked on. So it's called Green Force Frontend. I'll paste the URL here in chat. There we go. So this is the URL, so you can find it yourself. So let's see if we can find it. Libs UI what source lib. Yes. Okay. So they want so you were asking for something like this: add workspace UI styles. So they want this import name in their SAS styles for this shared. This is their design system. So this is their shared styles in here. So you can see we have this folder structure here. So we have a few things here. This is not really what I was looking for. Also, but yeah, this is definitely related. Here's the URL again. I guess the code has changed. Yeah. Okay, so let's see where others are importing that. So I'll try to search. Where's the search when we're this zoomed in? Is it just here? yeah. So looking for these imports code. Okay. The GitHub code search beta. I'm not sure I'm allowed to show you that, so I can't use that, unfortunately. So instead, I'll go back to the repo. I will open it in a code space. So give it a minute. Now it will open up. Oh, I have to sign in. Okay. And now I'm authenticated. So now it will open up that repo in a container through GitHub Codespaces. So it's in my Visual Studio Code, but everything is kind of, think of like an SSH terminal session, but VS Code. So there's a computer running in the cloud that's actually running all the commands, and the output of that is being kind of streamed to my Visual Studio Code. So it's running on Azure with GitHub. So this is great to go in and quickly do something in a repo. I don't want to save this repo. I'm not contributing anymore. So I just want to have a quick look. So now I have an Ubuntu machine running with GitHub on Azure, and Yarn install has been run, I guess. Let's just make sure. And then now I have the whole npm use, npm install 16.17.1. So I'm just installing the version of Node they have configured in this repo, and my extensions are being loaded. This is another good part about using GitHub Codespaces is I can have all my settings and extensions from normal Visual Studio Code. Of course, this is Visual Studio Code, but it's in a remote. But the same, I think, when I'm using Codespaces on the web, my extensions and settings are also synced eventually. Anyway, good. So now I have everything installed. I can run Yarn. So now this workspace, NX workspace, should also be running. Even NVM is available. That's cool. You think you got the trick? Okay, that's great. This is the URL again. Let's go and search for Energinet Beta Hub WAT. Oh, maybe we even documented it. Nope. So we have TS path mappings, but that's for the Angular components, right? But we're looking for the, like here. So here we are. This is what you were asking about, right? Just asked for something like that. This add use workspace UI styles. So that's what we're seeing here. Add use Energinet Data Hub what? So how is this possible? So we saw some of it before. Is it? Are they using it any other place? Yeah. Here, the what utils. So you can also alias it like this, and have secondary entry point. And other Sass imports in here, yes. The utils again. Okay. By the way, when we do this, do a named import, then we can call, for example, we can have their exported variables and functions and mix-ins and things like that. That's why it was done this way. So now the question is, how did they do that? By the way, even Node version manager available. Yes, this is an actual Linux machine running in a container in Azure, and I'm able to kind of use it from my local VS Code, but remote. Something is going very slow right now. Oh, now it's coming. This is I think this is probably a 4-core machine. You can have up to 32 vCPUs and or something like that on GitHub Codespaces. Of course, it's a paid product, but maybe we'll see. I hope that at some point we'll see some like free tier of some, be able to spend some GitHub Codespaces for free on the free tier or whatever, open source maybe. That will be great. Okay, so this is how we can use it, but how is it set up? Yes, you need to create a folder with such and such name. You understand? That's great. I don't remember how it's done, but so that's what I'm trying to find out here. Well, I could look for that variable, right? Where's that? Okay, so the variable is even namespace with typography dash. So here is where that is exported. Okay. So looks like we were inside of this NX library, UI-WAT, in the lib, and then we have a folder called foundations, and then typography, and a file called typography import.sas. So all of this can be exported to other, so that it can be imported from other places in the library. Yes, because this is where they are taking everything from this file and re-exporting it, but as typography, right? Yeah, I'm not a pro at SAS mod. No, a year ago or so, and I already forgot exactly how everything's working. No. So in here, no, in here we're able to do the whatever library or scope, library name, and then utils, and it had the typography monospace font family, monospace font family. So that's this variable. So, but where's that utils name? Where is that? Where did that come from? Where are utils SCSS? Yes, here it is. Great. Okay. So yeah, like you said, there's the folder name, similar to the import, right? Add Energinet Data Hub. Where did it go? Here. And then what? And then we had utils file, and we have just an index partial file. So this is then forwarding these variables, mixins, functions, namespaced with TypeScript dash, and it's forwarding the breakpoints import file, and it's forwarding the spacing import file with space dash in front of it. Okay, that's how it works. And the index one is just importing some base that's used in the global style sheet in the applications. Okay, so this is where we can import all the reusable, like the utilities, tooling, variables, functions, mixins. Okay, so it's in this folder style, as you commented, at GNet Data Hub at WAD. So, and then the utils partial file. But how there's probably a configuration, a SAS configuration to referring to these styles, and I would guess it's in the app. We probably have it documented here how you add it to an app, but I would guess it's inside of the project config. So maybe there's some SAS thingies here. Yes, here it is. Okay, this is the trick. So inside my Angular application project, I'm in the build target, it's options, and then we have style preprocessor options. So we have the include paths, and we're referencing this libs UI what source lib styles. So that's this folder. So when we're adding this folder, then we can import following the directory structure inside of here. So this is kind of the public API of the styles from this library, and it does so that we can simulate like an kind of an like very similar to the imports in our TypeScript files, right? And I'm glad you found it out. So you understand the structure immediately, and then combine that with the style preprocessor options, include paths. Then you're good to go. And go ahead and find it here in this repo. And now that I'm done, I need to shut down this GitHub code space. You can see here it has, it's only a 2-core. That's why it was so slow. So disconnect, and GitHub code space is paid, and you pay for as long as it's active, and it'll time out after 30 minutes of idling. Then it'll shut down, but I can also stop it right now. Then I'm not spending more compute on the CPUs. But I will, as long as this code space exists in this list, I will still be paying for the storage used by that code space. So now that I'm done, I should actually go and delete it, and I can do that here from the GitHub remote, the Remote Explorer panel of Visual Studio Code. And I need to do that as quickly as possible, because it's spending on my bill, my spending limit on my bill for GitHub code spaces. So now it's gone. So yeah, I spent some compute and some storage, but I didn't have to pull all that down to my own machine and clean it up afterwards. So it's pretty nice. And maybe I needed some. I was on a slow computer and I needed a lot of a lot of whatever compute. So I could also have said I could have gone for the 16-core, so 16 vCPUs, 32 gigs of RAM, 128 gigs of storage. So you can get some real good power here, even if you need it just temporarily. Pay for a short amount of usage, get something close to where you are on any repo on GitHub. So yeah, also supports development containers. so you can get up running quickly with how that repo is set up with all the different services and dependencies and so on. So that's GitHub Codespaces, and we've figured out how to do that. The SaaS module import you were asking about. So include paths is where you started, then you were puzzled. Yes. So yeah, it is a very special technique. So thank you. Shout out to Alexander. What's his last name? I forgot right now. But he's organizer of NG Vikings and NG Copenhagen in Denmark. Alexander Hafstad is his last name. I think it was him and Javad Ushev who created this structure in the in this open source repo. So go ahead and look at that again. Didn't know you had a Twitch. Hello. Well, I do have a Twitch. I mostly stream on YouTube. Last time I'm using StreamYard. So last time I tried to stream to both Twitch and YouTube and Twitter, like I'm doing right now, things started crashing. So it didn't work out well. Hopefully it's been good now. Otherwise, let me know if audio is broken or something, or video. Got a new Lenovo ThinkPad. So it's an i7 octa-core, 4.3 gigahertz. So it should be powerful enough. It also has what is it, like, what's it called, the graphics, the GPU. I mean, it's not a great GPU, but it should be good for just streaming and video calls. It's called the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 8200 or 82,000 or something like that. It can use a lot of gigs of GDDR RAM, so it should be good for something like this. So yes, I do have a Twitch, but I have been technically prevented from streaming to more than one platform, and I like having all my videos in my YouTube channel, so that's the primary one. But today, I'm part of the framedrops.com. So this weekend we are streaming all weekend to support charity. We are hoping that you can spare a few US dollars. So if you go to donate.theframedrops.com, you can help us raise $1,000 US for the Cancer Research Institute. You can do that using your credit card or PayPal. So please go ahead and send them a few US dollars. You can join the Discord for the Frame Drops. You can see here on the website. So that's framedrops.com. You can see who's streaming right now and who will be streaming this weekend. All these wonderful people. And here is the schedule, and it converts everything to local time. So this is my local time for the schedule. And right now it's almost midnight. So yeah, according to the schedule, I'm the only one streaming right now. But there will be plenty of events for the entire weekend. 720p is a StreamYard restriction, yes. I even think, like, we even have a subscription for StreamYard, but they've removed the 2080p. You have to have an even more expensive subscription to have a full HD, which kind of sucks. I mean, they should have a cheap subscription for hobbyists and communities like This Is Learning, like me, like Santosh, because I can't figure out all that OBS stuff. I don't want to invest that much time in configuring things. I just want to share my screen and do some streaming and publish to YouTube, Twitch at the same time. That's really all I need. And then the full HD would be great, but StreamYard wants me to have the premium subscription for that. And I don't use it enough that I want to do that. Okay, let's get back to the code. We're 2.5 hours in, and I'm out of water. So we're building a documentation website for Lumberjack, a logging library for the Angular framework. So we now have these pages. We are extracting content that was previously only in the README file, 700 lines of Markdown. So the next item on the list is we just added a community driver. So now we need a best practices page. So let's go ahead and create that. Best practices, MD, and we want to give it some front matter metadata. We want to have a sidebar position of, what's the last one? That was 5. So this one will be 6. And the title, best practices, yes. And we need the content here. So copy that over from the README file, and now it should be on my preview of the documentation website. Great. Let's see that everything renders correctly. Make it large. Looks good. Looks pretty good. Okay, it's long, so this, you might want to split this into multiple pages, but let's just have one for now. And that was the final one. So add a commit, add best practices serves page. Great. So that's a start, right? We could publish this, and people would be better off than just having to read my file. But at least we need to do some cleanup. Oscar, hello. Thank you for joining. It's late. I mean, you're probably, what, 1 hour behind me, so it's 11:45 p.m. with you, and it's 12:45 midnight in Denmark. What are you up to, Oscar? I'm creating this Docusaurus website for Lumberjack. So this is the documentation from the README file that I've now put into Docusaurus pages. And now I actually want to go ahead and Windows management. I can't figure it out. So now I want to clean up some of that auto-generated files in the project. So documentation is good now. Let's. I mean, we can keep the docs, the block folder. So we'll add a .git keep file, but we'll delete the blog pages. Let's see if there's some static pages. Only one, or page components. There's only the home page. Static assets. Okay. So if we go back to the preview, how are we doing? Blog still there. Should remove that. We should remove some of the footer and header links. Docs, hopefully docs are still working. No. Well, then we might have to run the serve command again. Up and running. Okay, your local time is 11:15. Yes, you're 1 hour behind me. And awesome, yes, we're doing Docusaurus in an NX workspace. It's the Lumberjack repo. So what about now? Can we run the docs? Nope. Okay. So it's just that there's no default link yet for the docs. That's also a problem. We'll figure it out. First, let's see if there's more we need to remove here. I mean, there's the home page with all these features. It has nothing to do with Lumberjack. So we need to figure out what to do here. I mean, I'm not even sure we need them. That's something we can add another time. We keep one for reference. Comment like so, but have none in. So this is what the website will look like. Well, still better than no website. So just need to change some of this content as well. That's would be here. Read the docs. So we'll navigate to docs installation. Does this link work now? Yes, it does. Great. And let's see if there's more content we need to delete. I don't think there's more files. Nope. But now we need to remove some stuff from the header and the footer. These are out of date or just dummy content. So title, Lumberjack. That's this one. And let's take the tagline from the repo, Lumberjack. Here it is. And caught Angular locks like a professional lumberjack. Great. Okay. Lumberjack. And you need the Lumberjack logo instead of the Docusaurus one. And remove the blog link. GitHub. I mean, it's not the right one. We'll figure that out. For dogs. Well, here we can have one to each page. So installation, sure. And it's the next one, compatibility. Okay. And check that it works. So in the footer, the link works. Next one is usage. And after that, log drivers. Dennis, frame drops site is banned in your country. Does this site have Russian roots or something? Well, what's your country? The frame drops. I think most of this. I think they're US based, so it doesn't really make sense. I mean, I don't know where it's hosted and things like that, but the admins are from the US as far as I know. So don't know what's going on there. But okay, Ukraine. You're in Ukraine, and this website is blocked. Okay, that's interesting. I will forward this information to the admins after or tomorrow or something. But let me help you to go to the donate page somehow. Anyway, so we go to donate.theframedrops.com. We are forwarded to this donate URL. So this one shouldn't be blocked because it's Tiltify. So hopefully you can go to that one. For the schedule and all of that, well, sorry for now. On theframedrops.com, you'll have to use a VPN, I guess. But I will. Well, you could go to the. Let me find the Discord link. You could go in there for help, I guess. So yes, the donation URL works. Great. This is here's the Discord link. So you can go in there and report your issue for the website, and hopefully you can figure out what's going on, or you can follow along and ask who's streaming. If you want to join some of the other streaming events, there's like you can come and game with them. You can come and have your like you can have your resume reviewed by Corbin. You can watch some programming. Yeah, there's Minecraft events you can join, and escape rooms and things like that. So lots of things where you can join in. I think you can ask to join the games if you want to, or you can just watch. So and other than that, well, here are the names on Twitch of the streamers participating. So hopefully that's helpful as well. But go to this Discord for the frame drops to get more information and to report the issue of the website being blocked. That's really unfortunate. Whoops. Here we are. Yes, lots of great streamers here, streaming all weekend. So glad we help you somehow, Dennis. Go to the Discord for further help. Okay, back to the code. So we have usage. I suck at managing windows. The next one is log drivers. Seems. Yeah, previous one was usage. Next one, Corbin tried to troll but only got himself. Yeah, Stony, could you talk to Corbin and Fenifith about the website being blocked in Ukraine? The framedrops.com website is blocked in Ukraine. That's really unfortunate. If you're only in the chat, Stony, I'll write you if you're not listening to the stream, actually. Right. So next link we want is the community drivers. Thank you, Stony, for forwarding that issue. And best practices is the one after that. Label best practices. Link to docs best practices. Okay, is there one after that? No, that was the last one. Okay, let's make sure all the links work. Installation. Okay, compatibility is okay. Usage is okay. Lock drivers. Community drivers. Best practices. Long page. Okay, so the footer links are working now. These other ones are not accurate, so we need to fix them as well. And header, we removed the blog. Now it's only docs. Nice. Windows, come on. Okay, so what did we do? We changed some things, of course, but the blog pages, yes. I think we can even disable the blog somewhere in this Turkisaurus configuration. Blog. Do blog false. And copyright notice, workers, licensed under MIT, the MIT license. I blog link. And okay, Stony is asking what's the error they are getting. Okay, so Dennis is in Ukraine and he's getting this error. You're not watching. Okay. Access. I'm writing now in the chat to Stony. According to the decree of President of Ukraine. He's asking to DM on Discord. Ah, thank you. Yes, thank you for writing DemDP. Thank you for writing that to Stony. This is the full message. Thank you. Great. I couldn't copy paste it from StreamYard. Okay, so back to the code. Yes. Okay, so Dennis, if you are still here, the admins of the frame drops are asking whether when you're receiving this error. I think you're just receiving this error whenever you're trying to go to the framedrops.com. Is that correct? That's correct. Thank you, Dennis. Okay, they have been made aware now. And Stony is trying to add a proxy. Thank you, Stony. Okay. Yeah, I think we have Stack Overflow. I think we have suggested Lumberjack. I don't know. Don't think there is anything on Stack Overflow. We don't have a Discord. And we have, yeah, I don't have Discord. A public one. We don't have a Twitter. Nope. So let's just remove this for now. Good. What else? We could add the logo, and we need to figure these things out. Okay. So title Lumberjack. So reuse this variable. Some places like here and here. Title. Okay. URL. So this would be Lumberjack. That's your repo name. No. Yeah, ngworker.github.io/lumberjack. That would be the URL. Base URL. Or maybe it's like this. I have to make sure. So I will go. I will go to the docs of. No, I will go to the spectacular repo that we did configure it correctly in here for GitHub pages. So let's get the same thing set up here on this new Docusaurus website. So base URL. Okay, so it has to be like so. And we can do organization name, ngworker, project name Lumberjack, organization name. Yes. Throw on broken markdown links as well. So organization name. We use this variable, and project name. We use the variable. Wait. We're getting there. Yes, that's most. Okay, here. Yeah, this one is important. Edit URL. So, man, I don't have a side scroll on this new mouse. Okay, so the edit URL is github.com / organization name. Organization name. Project name. Edit main. That's the branch name, right? And then packages and docs. Oh, well, yeah, docs, lumberjacks, docs app. Yes. So this does so that if we visit the Spectacular website, every page has this link, edit this page, and when you click it, it will open a pull request to edit the markdown file for that documentation page. And this is set up correctly, so now I have duplicated that structure, that format for the Lumberjack repo. So it should be good. All good. So we're 3 hours into the stream, and if you're just joining, this is part of the 60-hour live stream this weekend called the Frame Drops. We are a bunch of streamers on Twitch who are streaming this weekend for charity. I'm 3 hours into my 4-hour stream, and then I'll go to bed because it's past midnight here in Denmark now, and it's Friday. It's been a long and exciting week, and but yeah, I wanted to help support this charity event. We are, if you go to theframedrops.com, you can see everyone who's part of this event, all the streamers. You can see the schedule of scheduled streams that are that we have submitted to the schedule, and then you can figure out who you want to watch and which events you want to join. There are gaming events I think you can ask to join. There's code challenges and things like that. You can have your resume reviewed by Corbin Crutchley. And if you go to donate.theframedrops.com, you can donate to the Cancer Research Institute. We're trying to raise $1,000 this weekend, and we're on the first day. And let me see here right now, we're on $350 US dollars raised for the Cancer Research Institute. So thank you so much for that. And if you can spare a few US dollars, please go to donate.theframedrops.com, and you can use your credit card, or you can use PayPal to send a few US dollars to the Cancer Research Institute. Wow, it's late here. Yes, and we will. You know what? Let me take a few minutes bio break, and I will get something to drink, and I'll be ready just in a few minutes to stream for the final hour. Until then, let me leave you with the donation page, and it should auto refresh if you're making any donations. So I'll be back in a few minutes. So see you then. Okay, I'm back with a Manila Coke. It's good. Okay, so if you're just joining, if you haven't seen me before, I'm Lars Brink. I'm a Danish developer. In my daytime job, I'm a principal front-end engineer. And I do a lot in my spare time as well. I organize a community called This Is Learning, and part of that is This Is Angular. We have blogs, we have live talk shows, we have a newsletter, we have open learning courses where you can contribute to our free and open courses, or you can just take them online without signing up or anything. Everything is freely and openly available. Or you can read from all our writers on our public publications on Dev Community. So look for This Is Learning, look for This Is Angular, and if you join us as a writer, we will tweet about your articles, we will share them in our newsletter, and it will help you get discovered on Dev Community. Or you can just talk to other public tech contributors if you are into writing, speaking, open source development, or anything like that. So if you want to join, ask me or ask Santosh Yadav, and you'll get an invite to our private Discord server. We also have a public one for everyone. The private one is open, just request access, but only if you are or you are interested in becoming a public tech contributor. So, wow, I've been sitting down for way too long. You know what? Maybe I should raise this table. Let's see if we can do that without breaking my leg out. Give me a sec. Oh no, Mona came to say hi. It's breaking. Okay. Go. Okay. Yes. enough about me. Let's get back to the code. So we are creating this new docs website for Lumberjack. And why is the logo not working? Interesting. Logo SVG. Oh, base path was changed. So the serve command hopefully will also change when I run it one more time. Yes. Now it will be correct. There we go. The logo is working. The links are working. Good. Changing Twitch category to software and game development may increase your viewers count. Thank you. Right now it's talk shows and podcasts. Okay. So I don't know if software and game development is a relatively new category, because I don't think it was there when I created my channel a year and a half ago. So yeah, thank you for that advice. I'll do that at some point. Thank you. It's a good tip. Okay. What do we need to do? I think we're pretty much done with this config. Got rid of all the things we don't need, at least. So I'll go ahead and commit that. What's the commit message here? Yeah. Place dummy details, actual information. Yes, works. Okay, so what do we want to do now? We have just 45 minutes left before I will be going to bed. What can we do? We have now the content laid out. I mean, we could separate it into multiple pages. And yeah, the categories from September 2021. Yeah, that makes sense, because I started, I think I started on Twitch, yeah, like early 21. So great that they got this category now, software and game development. Yes. Yeah, I'll make sure to change my profile to that. Okay. Well, I see the logo here. Let's change that. We could also change the color scheme. Yeah, that could be fun. Could look into theming. Okay, so let's grab. I mean, we should have a logo here already. So maybe we can just copy that and replace this one for Brachiosaurus. Man, I can't think fast right now. It's too late for me. Good thing we got the biggest issue solved by now, or I would not be able to do it. Okay, refresh. And logo, come on, logo. Recompile maybe. There we go. That's the Lumberjack logo. Great. Fave icon. Okay, Dennis, if you are still here, Stony Eagle has set up this proxy for frame drops. So it's the frame drops.nomercy.tv. Let's check it out in my browser here. Yeah, so let's see if everything works. We have streamers. Oops. Images might be broken. Okay. Image is broken, but what about the schedule? This image is not broken. Okay, so it's only the Twitch images that are broken. Okay, that's all right. So, Dennis, it works for you. Great. Yeah, broken images. Yes, that's bad. We cannot see our avatars. No, but yeah, the content works. The event schedule works. So thank you, Stony. Thank you for that. And now Dennis is able to access it as well from Ukraine. So hopefully you can join some more events this weekend, Dennis. Because I don't have more events planned myself. I mean, I might join Corbin at some time, or some of the others, if time works well for my local time. Several of them are in the US, so there's a bit of a time zone difference. But it's good that we can stream from different time zones so that we can fill out an entire weekend of streaming. That's pretty awesome. Nice. So, hey, where's this? Oh, I am so bad at managing Windows in Windows 11. Come on. It just won't. It's because I have another screen just to the right of this one, so that's why it's trying to go to the other screen. Yeah, thank you, Dan. Yeah, sometimes it works. Other times it doesn't quite do what I want it to do. You know, it's Windows. But no, it's because I have another screen just to the right of this one, so it's trying to go to the other screen. Yeah, so now I see this hello from Lumberjack. Where's that coming from? Let's change that from the layout. Okay, so it shouldn't say hello from. It should just say Lumberjack, probably. Yeah. Yeah, it should just say Lumberjack. Description will go here. Let's put in this awesome description. Nice. So fave icon. Okay. What do you think? Should we generate a fave icon instead of the Docusaurus one? Add logo and SEO metadata. So, no. You know what? Let's switch to GitHub Actions and GitHub Pages. But with the new GitHub Pages, we need GitHub Actions. Before it was kind of synced to a branch in the GitHub repo, but now it's using GitHub deployments, GitHub environments. So let's get all of that set up if I can remember how. This will be interesting. So let's do that. So as you may or may not know, in the GitHub repository, we can create the .github folder. We can create a subfolder called workflows, and inside of here we have GitHub action workflows. So we have this one, CI. So this is what builds our projects and runs the tests and lints and all of that. So you can see that we're using this. This might look kind of weird, but this is the distributed task execution NX workflow. So, but anyway, this is where we're running our commands. These are the main ones. So we're running lint, unit test, build, and end-to-end tests on all the projects that were affected by this feature branch, or in the case of the main branch, everything that changed since the last successful workflow run in the repo. So already we didn't have to change anything. We already have this project built because it does have a build target in this NX project. We can see that in the NX console here, that it has a build target. You can also open it up to see it here in the project JSON of this NX project. So this is the Docusaurus project. So we didn't have to change anything to build it, but we still need to deploy it. So here's the unfortunate side effect of using this reusable workflow by Narwhal for distributed task execution is that, sure, we can have some final commands, but we cannot have some final GitHub actions. We can only run terminal commands. So I think we might be able to deploy to GitHub pages using the command line, but I would much rather use the GitHub actions. So similar to what we've done here with Sonar Cloud, we need a new job. There's a question here from Dan. Number of agents for is a thing from NX World or from GitHub Actions? Okay, we can look into that. So we have the DTE coordinator, we have the DTE agents, and it has both of them has here's the number of agents for. So that means it creates 4 of these DTE agents jobs. So it creates a matrix strategy in GitHub Actions, but it's the reusable workflow here by Narwhal that's doing that. So we're passing this parameter just the number 4, and it will spin up 4 agents. It also has to match with what's up here in the main reusable workflow, number of agents 4. So it states here in the comment that they have to match. And we also have it here in the start CI run NX Cloud command agent count 4. So we could have left out this parameter, could have left out this agent count parameter. Down here we have to add it because we have to tell it how many agents we want to start up. Agents are run as GitHub action runners. They're not running in the NX Cloud. They're being coordinated through the NX Cloud. So this will start up for GitHub action runners as DT agent jobs, and one in the DT coordinator, the main job here. If we left out the number of agents here and here, there might be a slight chance that something would break because the main job isn't waiting for all agents to become available. They might be very slow at installing dependencies and running the command that says that they're ready to receive tasks from the coordinator. So some timings might be off. So if some of them are much slower than the others for some reason, then it could lead to issues. So it's recommended to use these parameters as well. It's not required, but it's more optimal, and it reduces the chance of timing issues because there will be some waiting. This coordinator will wait for 4 agents to come online before proceeding with the tasks down here. And you didn't know GitHub Actions can do multi-agent, thing like that. Sure. It's usually used for, say you want to run something on different versions of Windows, or both Windows and Ubuntu, and Mac OS, or maybe different versions of Node.js or different versions of .NET, anything like that. You would need a matrix strategy in GitHub Actions. So yeah, you should search the documentation on GitHub Actions for matrix or matrix strategy, and you'll see it. It's a bit clearer in the RX Angular repo. But here we have run this DCE a bit more manually, so we have created this. This is what it looks like, a matrix strategy. But in this case, we're just saying 1, 2, 3, 4, because they are all the same. There's nothing different except for that there are 4 of them. So we use that for the name, not that it matters. But this will spin up 4 jobs of this one job. Usually, it would be for different operating systems or different versions of something. So instead of, by the way, agent is this could have been anything, this name here. But it could have said node version and then 16.x, 18.x, and so on. Then we could install that version inside of the job based on the matrix parameter. So we can see here we're using matrix.agent. Normally, or more commonly, it would be matrix.node version, or matrix.net version, or matrix.os, or something like that. Anyway. Okay, so this is our CI workflow in the Lumberjack repo. And we have a Sonar Cloud job that's running outside of the DTE. So it says needs DTE coordinator. That means after the DTE coordinator job has finished, if it succeeded, that is, this job will be run. So we need something similar. So let's start that up here so I can look at up below, because what's the command for opening the same file into VS Code Windows? There's a hotkey. There it was. Okay, Control Shift double click on Windows. So now I can see here. Here's the Sonar Cloud one. So I want to add one for Docusaurus. Let's call it deploy docs. Name, deploy foundation docs site. Docs to GitHub pages. Yeah, sure. So it needs that DT coordinator job. Yes. And so we wait for that to complete successfully. It'll run on the latest Ubuntu. So right now that's 20.004. It will become 22.004 at some time on GitHub Actions. And now this is suggested by GitHub Copilot. But this is old stuff. That's not what I want. So permissions do we need for? This can come later. Now, we need contents, read. We need actions, maybe. And need some auth. So maybe the ID token might need that as well for deploying to GitHub Pages. I don't remember, but we'll figure that out. For now, we'll just have these two permissions. So steps. Yeah, we should definitely check out. So, this is our local action. And so here we could use a build artifact on GitHub Actions. So upload the build artifact and then down from the other job and then download it here. But since we have Nxcloud, we can also just get it cached from the Nxcloud. So yarn nx build, and the names of this dog project. What's the dog's project name? It's Dogs Lumberjack Dogs app. And so now we will get the build. And so what then? Well, now we need the new GitHub Actions for GitHub Pages. So I can't remember what they're called. So I will look in. Man, it's getting too late for me now. My brain is not working properly anymore. We set it up in RX Angular, I think, and other projects. Yeah. This is Angular Guides. It's another one where I set this up. So let's see. No, this is an old action. This was before the official GitHub Pages actions. So go to the RX Angular instead. And pages. These are the permissions we need. Right, we also need a conditional. Maybe I'll find the documentation. GitHub Pages. Okay, Stony is saying we're doing great with the charity fundraiser. Let's have a look. So donate.theframedrops.com, and we're at $510 US. So halfway to our goal. in the first day. Thank you so much for all your donations to the Cancer Research Institute. It means a lot. We are many people involved in this event from the Frame Drop. So thank you so much for sponsoring. And yeah, it is. Thank you so much. I look forward to see if we reach the goal before the end of this weekend. Thank you, everyone. And man, I'm so tired now. I'm looking for the documentation, GitHub documentation for GitHub Pages. Mm-hmm. Man, yeah. Where is the documentation for deploying? Here's the blog post. I can't remember this. I know I did it on the live stream, but I don't remember which repo it was. Starter workflows. Okay. These are the steps we need. Set up GitHub Pages. And let's just check the newest version. Our post may not be, or the starter workflow may not be up to date. Newest version is version 2. Okay. So upload artifacts to GitHub Pages. Website Pages. Deploy website to GitHub Pages. Path? No, not the entire repo. You want yeah, dist packages docs. Let's just double check that this is the correct one. Dist packages docs lumberjack docs app. Okay, that's the path. It'll be the same here because this runner is also calling NX build. So this is the final step. Now we need the permissions to be correct. So I saw that in RX Angular. We have some permissions here. And we also had, a conditional. That's also a good idea. So it only deploys on merge domain. I think I still need the other permissions as well. Name. Okay, so I'll in the name of this job I will say merge deploy docs to GitHub Pages. And environment GitHub Pages. Oh, it's a good thing we're almost done. I'm really tired now. Let's have a small break from code. Okay, my hair is getting crazy. It's almost 1 a.m. and this is part of the Frame Drops, an all weekend charity event, charity streaming event. We are let's find our pretty website here. And share it. So the framedrops.com. Here you can see our Discord channel server, so you can come in there and talk to us if you follow our code of conduct. You can see the streamers who's live right now and who's streaming this weekend. Lots of wonderful people. And you can see the schedule. So all these events will be in your local time. That's great. So right now, we're at my local time, we are past midnight. So according to the schedule, I should be the only one streaming, but I see here that Carbon is still streaming. Fenifith is streaming. So good job. And that's probably why when we go to donate.theframedrops.com, people are donating money. So go ahead, if you can spare a few US dollars, go to donate.theframedrops.com and use your credit card or PayPal to send a few US dollars. We want to raise 1,000 US dollars this weekend for the Frame Drops to donate to the Cancer Research Institute. And so far, 585 US dollars raised. I will send some tomorrow once I have gotten some sleep. And yeah, we would really appreciate it if you donated to cancer research. Thank you so much for your donation so far. And code soon again. First, I don't know, look at that GitHub stars lamp and I'll have a drink. I'm tired. So, yeah, I wanted to do a 4-hour stream. I've been streaming 3 hours, 44 minutes so far. So I want to hit that 4-hour mark. And we did also achieve, well, with this deployment, that works. We've achieved everything I wanted to achieve. So that's great. But for the PR to be able to merge, I would need to configure Sonar Cloud to exclude test coverage requirements from the documentation project. Yeah, but we won't do that today. I don't think so. So instead, let's get this done. Deployment. Permissions are done. Environment is done. Condition. Let me just double check this condition. What is a good condition for only running on merge to main? This one is my preferred style. So if it's a push event, which we have as a trigger here, and it should push to main. Then this deployment step will happen. So on a pull request, it won't happen, but maybe we want it to happen one time just now to see if it work, if we're happy with how it looks right now. I don't know. Am I happy how it looks right now? Let's have a look. Guess I shut down the terminal, so it's not running anymore, the development server. There we go. Sure. Why not? Pretty good. So I'm blanking out because I'm tired, folks. This looks starting to look complete to me. Environment. So GitHub environments. Maybe you haven't used it before because GitHub environments and GitHub deployments have not been available outside of enterprise, GitHub Enterprise subscriptions, or the GitHub Enterprise on-premise solution, or the GitHub Enterprise Cloud subscription. But recently, they were added to free and pro GitHub licenses as well. So now everyone has GitHub environments, GitHub deployments. I think the primary reason for that is, one of the reasons is GitHub Pages now uses GitHub environments, and is, instead of before, it used kind of a very special workflow that was secret, and but it worked magically on from a branch. Now it's using GitHub Actions natively and using the GitHub environments, GitHub deployments, and I think it's this. Yeah, now I'm remembering what we need to do. So there should be an environment called GitHub Pages, and to do that, we need to go into our repository for Lumberjack and go to, there's nothing secret here, don't worry. So we find Pages, and instead of deployment from a branch, we say GitHub Actions. Yes. Yeah. So environments. Now it created the GitHub Pages environment. Great. There's a protection rule. Let's look into that. Only allowed from the main branch. Okay. That makes sense. But that would then I couldn't try to deploy from this pull request branch. So maybe add, what was my branch name? Add documentation website. So I'll temporarily allow this branch as well to deploy to GitHub Pages. Yeah. So let's try it. Let's say CI add deployment workflow, and we will temporarily disable this condition. See if it works. I have no idea. So we'll go to the pull request and wait for something to happen. So we can wait and see the different actions run here, or I can go to the top and use the tab called checks and wait for things to happen inside of here. No, I did a syntax error on line 96. Okay, let's go to that one. Six. It's called permissions. Ours permission. So I will amend this commit. Use the same commit message and push force with these and watch things happen. Yes, workflows running. Great. Okay, and it's showing up here. So it will run after the DT coordinator job has finished. So that's after all the agent jobs have finished, all the tasks have been executed. Because when that happens, then we'll be able to use the cached result in the deployment job and in the Sonar Cloud reporting, test and lint reporting. Great. So while that is happening, let's have another look at the framework drops. The framework. I work with frameworks every day, so I want to say framework, but it's the frame drops. It's about streaming, of course. So this is a charity live stream this weekend, all weekend. There's a Discord server, so come in and join us and follow the code of conduct as listed here on the website. These are all the amazing streamers, and we are 3 of us alive right now, and all these other amazing people are also streaming this weekend. So go ahead and check them out. And in particular, you can watch the schedule here. So some of us will be part of some of these events. I have scheduled this one that we're almost done with now. And maybe I'll be joining some of the others for some gaming or resume review. That's 2 hours from now, Corbin, so I won't be there, sorry. And I need some sleep, but maybe I'll join for some of the other fun things or make another stream event. So if you go to this page, all the events will be in your local time. Great. And if you go to donate.theframedrops.com, you can see that we're trying to raise $1,000 for the Cancer Research Institute. So if you can spare a few US dollars to cancer research, please go ahead to this website. It's donate.theframedrops.com. You can use your credit card or you can use PayPal. Nice one. Okay, 5 minutes left of this 4-hour stream, then I really need to go to bed. So let's see, hopefully we can see this deployment happen. And so we saw the environments on our GitHub repo. We can also see it on the code main tab here. There should an environment should pop up somewhere here. If it's not disabled in settings, I guess. I don't remember where that is. Oh well. Okay. I think it will pop up here in the right-hand side whenever a deployment has happened. So now it's running. Let's go ahead and check the log. Follow along. This is the setup job. I don't care about that. Yarn install. Just some yarn install going on, I guess. Come on, GitHub. Oh no, Chrome is crashing. That's not nice. What? Error? I think it's just yarn install taking its time. How long did that take in the other jobs? Oh, we can't see because we're not using our own setup action in the other jobs. Yes. Are we allowed to see the logs now? They are very long. Yeah. Don't try that. Don't know why that's set to debug. So much logging. Okay. So shout out to Corbin Crutchley, the Crutch Corn on Twitch TV and other places. He's one of the organizers of the frame drops. And is he live right now? I'm sorry, I don't have any Twitch features, and yeah, I can't figure out how to set up all those things. I only use StreamYard, so I can't really go to his stream or anything funny like that. So something happened here. Upload docs to GitHub pages failed. Why? Cannot open no such file or directory. Interesting. Because build should dist. Oh, it's in dist. Yeah. Missed something. No. That's correct. Thank you, Stony. Yeah, I'm not a professional streamer. No, I can't figure out all that Twitch and OBS stuff. I don't want to invest the time in that. I just want to stream. So StreamYard is what I use. Okay, so why this packages docs lumberjack docs app? Is that not this packages docs lumberjack docs app? Ah. This is the project name, not the path. Let's see, yeah, okay. So I will amend this commit and push force release. And we have I've now been streaming for 4 hours, so we're almost done and I can go to bed, but let's see if it will be successful. So we'll wait for a few more minutes for this workflow to run again. Waiting. Waiting. Yeah, this is what I do all day, just looking at GitHub Actions. Ain't it fun? Well, could also go to the NX-Cloud to track the progress. It's a bit more fun to watch. Oh, it's not. It hasn't initialized yet. So that was not this run, but the previous one. Yarn is so slow, at least Yarn Classic. Come on now. Well, I guess when finally the dependencies are installed, the agents will just cache, get the cached result. So it will take a few seconds after that. So it'll get the distributed cache from NX-Cloud and report everything's done. And so come on. Okay, while we wait, why don't we go to donate.theframedrops.com and I mean, a dollar, a US dollar is not worth the same in all countries, so any amount we would appreciate it. Whatever, I mean, is this whatever you can spare compared to your currency, please donate at donate.theframedrops.com so we can reach this 1,000 US dollars goal before the end of this weekend. So this is your money will go directly to the Cancer Research Institute, and all the streamers part of the Frame Drops will be so happy. Nice. Okay, something's happening. Yeah. So let's go have another look at the NX-Cloud. Now we can see some active targets running. You can see a couple of agents here. But now they're done. Great. Seems like everything was cached. Okay, so now in a few seconds, we should see the deployment job starting, but it'll be the same, waiting for Yarn install. I don't want to watch 100,000 lines of code. No, thank you. All those logs. I think we will wait right here. Okay, so now that it looks a bit different visually. Each bar here in this progress bar is a step, a job step. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps. It says it's deploying to the GitHub pages. That's the environment, the GitHub environment we saw before. So, yeah, the reason that's being displayed is we have this configuration here, environment name GitHub pages. It doesn't really mean anything other than that, technically. But of course, you would use that to, for example, to deploy to a cloud environment, or in this case, the GitHub Pages website. But just the fact of setting environment and name in a job, then it'll display like this visually in the summary of the CI run or the workflow run. So I wonder if it's done with the dependency install. No, not yet, but it'll get there. So hopefully I got the path right this time. So it will continue to the GitHub Pages action steps. Stony, you are also tired. Yeah, I can imagine. I don't know where you're located. I'm in Denmark, so it's 1:15 a.m. But I bet it's late for you as well. Thank you for your help, Stony. It was a pleasure, and I'm hanging on, hoping that we will succeed. You know, that this is the joy of DevOps, just changing a line of code, waiting for 10 minutes for CI. Chasing that green icon. We want green all the way. Oh yes, something's happening. There we go. Apparently it deployed. So what does that look like in summary? It looks like so. So now that we have deployed, it will have the URL. So we can try that out immediately. Yeah, and our site is live. Let's see if it works. It does. We can change to the dark theme, much better. Installation, compatibility, usage, log drivers, community drivers, best practices. Okay, footer works. And this link will work as well once I merge this PR at some point. Yeah, deployment worked. And so now that happened, you should be able to see environments here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So now I can click the GitHub Pages environment and see that we failed a deployment. That was because of my path. It had nothing to do with trying to deploy to GitHub Pages, but that job that was marked as environment GitHub Pages, that job failed. That's why it's looking, it looks like this. So, but now deployment happened. It was successful. So now it's active. It was from this branch with this pull request number 143, deployed by me 4 minutes ago, and I can view the deployment. That'll take me to the website. Awesome. Awesome. So now, final thing, add this conditional. Add condition for docs deployment. Seen it work. So we're happy with, all of this. We got the docs website up and running with Docsaurus in NX, despite all the initial trouble. And we got GitHub Actions up and running. We got GitHub Pages up and running using GitHub Actions. So awesome. Yeah. And we completed 4 hours of streaming. So now it's bedtime. Let's have one last look at the donation page. So $585. That's a lot of money being donated to Cancer Research Institute. Thank you so much. And join some other events this weekend and meet some new people, all these amazing people on the Frame Drops website. Wow, more people alive now. So go ahead and join one of these, because I'm going to bed now. Thank you for joining. See you.